Okay, this is Ayn Rand. FY Elon Musk was on his burner account X Spaces last night talking to a bunch of anti-Semites, making Jew jokes. And they're supporting Thomas Massey. So I like Thomas Massey, but not anymore. Not when there are neo-Nazis supporting him. So, you know. Also, Laura Loomer says that his wife died under mysterious circumstances inside the house. Something happened. Oops, then he got remarried. Okay, everybody, this is candidate Kitover, running for the mayoralship of Chicago, trying to use my brain to improve my brain by reading what's called a book. This is The Virtue of Selfishness, written by that incredibly beautiful, vivacious, sophisticated, intelligent, sexy Ayn Rand, that beautiful woman. So this is a meditation, part of the John Kitover nonprofit network. This is reading books for veterans that suffer from PTSD, depression. We're trying to go live, having a few technical difficulties. So just take the deepest breath of the day. Hold it for 10, not 11. 10, not 9 seconds. He actually took the deepest breath of the day. Would you look at that? He didn't just say it. He did it. Sorry, YouTube. I think I'm going to have to pass this time, but I don't think I want to sign up for a YouTube subscription. But all I'm trying to do is just create content. And it doesn't always work. We're going to shove along. Also, I'm using AI wearables. Why, you may ask? Well, why not? Ooh. Okay, I'm also publishing this on Instagram underneath John Kitover book. Can you believe it? We're on all these platforms. And don't forget to use your AI wearable. If you got it, put it on, turn it on. It's a chest cam, just like what the cops got. Because why not? And if you got your Ray-Ban Facebook Mark Zuckerberg Meta glasses, we'll put those on too. Why not? Something happened in that politically correct room yesterday. Patty had like an emotional breakdown. She like created her own room, and the title was like, "You did it to me again, bitch. Now you blocked for life." Something like that. That was the title of her room. And I quickly created like a short of her setting it up. It was so funny. I don't know who the beef is with, but is it pathetic that I think that I'm like entertained by little beefs here in Clubhouse? Okay, this is Ayn Rand, everybody. We're live on 3, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28. Oh my God, over 30 phones. Rabbona Shalom. I'm going to prove to you right now, once and for all, I'm not an R word. Here we go. Page 54. Ayn Rand. The Art of Selfishness. The Virtue of Selfishness. Whoops. Since men are born, tabula rasa, both cognitively and morally, a rational man regards strangers as innocent until proved guilty, grants them that initial goodwill in the name of their human potential. After that, he judges them according to the moral characters they have actualized. If he finds them guilty of major evils, his goodwill is replaced by contempt and moral condemnation. If one values human life, one cannot value its destroyers. If he finds them to be virtuous, he grants them personal, individual value and appreciation in proportion to their virtues. It is on the ground of that generalized goodwill and respect for the value of human life that one helps strangers in an emergency, and only in an emergency. It is important to differentiate between the rules of conduct in an emergency situation and the rules of conduct in the normal conditions of human existence. This does not mean a double standard of morality. The standard and the basic principles remain the same, but their application to either case requires precise definitions. An emergency is an unchosen, unexpected event, limited in time, that creates conditions under which human survival is impossible, such as a flood, an earthquake, a fire, a shipwreck. In an emergency situation, man's primary goal is to combat the disaster, escape the danger, and restore normal conditions to reach dry land to put out the fire. By normal conditions, I mean metaphysically normal, normal in the nature of things, and appropriate to human existence. Men can live on land, but not in water or in a raging fire. Since men are not omnipotent, it is metaphysically possible for unseeable disasters to strike them, in which case their only task is to return to those conditions under which their lives can continue by its nature. An emergency situation is temporary. If it were to last, men would perish. It is only in emergency situations that one should volunteer to help strangers. If it is in one's power. For instance, a man who values human life and is caught in a shipwreck should help to save his fellow passengers, though not at the expense of his own life. But this does not mean that after they all reach shore, he should devote his efforts to saving his fellow passengers from poverty, ignorance, neurosis, or whatever other troubles they might have. Nor does it mean that he should spend his life sailing 7 seas in search of shipwrecked victims to save. Nor does it mean he should spend his life listening to R words on Clubhouse talk about R-word things all the day long. Or to take an example that can occur in everyday life. Suppose one hears that the man next door is ill and penniless. Illness and poverty are not metaphysical emergencies. They are part of the normal risks of existence. But since the man is temporarily helpless, one may bring him food and medicine, if one can afford it, as an act of goodwill. Not of duty, but one may raise a fund among the neighbors to help him out. But this does not mean that one must support him from then on, nor that one must spend one's life looking for starving men to help. In the normal conditions of existence, man has to choose his goals, project them in time, pursue them, and achieve them by his own effort. He cannot do it if his goals are at the mercy of, and must be sacrificed to any misfortune happening to others. He cannot live his life by the guidance of rules applicable only to conditions under which human survival is impossible. The principle that one should help men in an emergency cannot be extended to regard all human suffering as an emergency, and to turn the misfortune of some into a first mortgage on the lives of others. Poverty, ignorance, illness, and other problems of that kind are not metaphysical emergencies. By the metaphysical nature of man and of existence, man has to maintain his life by his own effort. The values he needs, such as wealth or knowledge, are not given to him automatically. He has to come on Clubhouse and read a book. The values, man has to maintain his life by his own effort. That means coming on Clubhouse, and you know what? Maybe I'm going to read a book today. Maybe, maybe not. By the metaphysical nature of man and of existence, man has to maintain his life by his own effort. That's right, he's got to come on Clubhouse and read a book sometime instead of just talking, just randomly. How are you feeling today, Pepe? That's the problem with the Pepe show. It's watching Pepe process his emotions for hours, struggling not to go the hard R word. But then he breaks. Okay, continuing on the ethics of emergencies, the virtue of selfishness by Ayn Rand, page 55. By the metaphysical nature of man and of existence, man has to maintain his life by his own effort. Oh my God, maybe he's got to come on Clubhouse to read a book every once in a while. The values he needs, such as wealth or knowledge, are not given to him automatically. Oh my God, he's got to pick up a book in what's called the left hand, or you got to use your right hand to use a book. I think a lot of people use their right hand for other things quite regularly. By the metaphysical nature of man and of existence, man has to maintain his life by his own effort. Oh my God, he's got to pick up a book. The values he needs, such as wealth or knowledge, oh my God, he's got to read a book every once in a while, are not given to him automatically as a gift of nature, but have to be discovered and achieved by his own thinking and work. One's sole obligation toward others in this respect is to maintain a social system that leaves men free to achieve, to gain, and to keep their values. Every code of ethics is based on and derived from a metaphysics. That is, from a theory about the fundamental nature of the universe, in which man lives and acts. The altruist ethics is based on a malevolent universe. Metaphysics on the theory that man, by his very nature, is helpless and doomed, that success, happiness, achievement are impossible to him, that emergencies, disasters, catastrophes are the norm of his life, and that his primary goal is to combat them. Is the simplest empirical refutation of that metaphysics, as evidence of the fact that the material universe is not inimical to man, and that catastrophes are the exception, not the rule of his existence. Observe the fortunes made by insurance companies. Observe also that the advocates of altruism are unable to base their ethics on any facts of man's normal existence, that they always offer lifeboat situations as examples from which to derive the rules of moral conduct. We're What should you do if you and another man are in a lifeboat that can carry only one? The fact is that men do not live in lifeboats, and that a lifeboat is not a place on which to base one's metaphysics. The moral purpose of man's life is the achievement of his own happiness. This does not mean that he is indifferent to all men. That human life is of no value to him and that he has no reason to help others in an emergency. But it does mean that he does not subordinate his life to the welfare of others. That he does not sacrifice himself to their needs. That the relief of their suffering is not his primary concern. That any help he gives is an exception, not a rule, an act of generosity, not of moral duty that is marginal and incidental. As disasters are marginal and incidental in the course of human existence, and that values, not disasters, are the goal, the first concern, and the motive power of his life. February 1963. Ayn Rand, The Virtue of Selfishness. The Ethics of Emergencies. Moving on to Chapter 4, The Conflicts of Men's Interests by Ayn Rand. Read by mayoral candidate John Kitover. It is Tuesday, May 19, 2026. Rabono Shalom, prove to me you are not an R-word. Some students of objectivism find it difficult to grasp the objectivist principle that there are no conflicts of interest among rational men. Chapter number 4, The Conflicts of Men's Interests. A typical question runs as follows. Suppose two men apply for the same job. Only one of them can be hired. Isn't this an instance of a conflict of interests? And isn't the benefit of one man achieved at the price of the sacrifice of the other? There are 4 interrelated considerations which are involved in a rational man's view of his interests, but which are ignored or evaded in the above question and in all similar approaches to the issue. I shall designate these 4 as A, reality, B, context, C, responsibility, D, effort. A, reality. The term interest is a wide abstraction that covers the entire field of ethics. It includes the issues of man's values, his desires, his goals, and their actual achievement in reality. A man's interests depend on the kind of goals he chooses to pursue. His choice of goals depends on his desires. His desires depend on his values. And for a rational man, his values depend on the judgment of his mind. Desires or feelings of emotions or wishes or whims are not tools of cognition. They are not a valid standard of value nor a valid criterion of man's interests. The mere fact that a man desires something does not constitute a proof that the object of his desire is good, nor that its achievement is actually to his interest. To claim that a man's interests are sacrificed whenever a desire of his is frustrated is to hold a subjectivist view of man's values and interests. which means to believe that it is proper, moral, and possible for man to achieve his goals regardless of whether they contradict the facts of reality or not, which means to hold an irrational or mystical view of existence, which means to deserve no further consideration. In choosing his goals, the specific values he seeks to gain and or keep, a rational man is guided by his thinking, by a process of reason, not by his feelings or desires. He does not regard desires as irreducible primaries, as the given which he is destined irresistibly to pursue. He does not regard because I want it, or because I feel like it, as a sufficient cause and validation of his actions. He chooses and or identifies his desires by a process of reason, and he does not act to achieve a desire until and unless he is able rationally to validate it in the full context of his knowledge. And of his other values and goals, he does not act until he is able to say, I want it because it is right. The law of identity, A is A, is a rational man's paramount consideration in the process of determining his interests. He knows that the contradictory is the impossible, that a contradiction cannot be achieved in reality, and that the attempt to achieve it can lead only to disaster and destruction. Therefore, he does not permit himself to hold contradictory values, to pursue contradictory goals, or to imagine that the pursuit of a contradiction can ever be to his interest. Only an irrationalist, or mystic, or subjectivist, in which category I place all those who regard faith, feelings, or desires as man's standard of value, exists in a perpetual conflict of interests. Not only do his alleged interests clash with those of other men, but they clash also with one another. No one finds it difficult to dismiss from philosophical consideration the problem of a man who wails that life entraps him in an irreconcilable conflict because he cannot eat his cake and have it too. The problem does not acquire intellectual validity by being expanded to involve more than cake, whether one expands it to the whole universe, as in the doctrines of existentialism, or only to a few random whims and evasions as in most people's views of their interests. When a person reaches the stage of claiming that man's interests conflict with reality, the concept interests ceases to be meaningful, and his problem ceases to be philosophical and becomes psychological. B. Context. Just as a rational man does not hold any conviction out of context, that is, without relating it to the rest of his knowledge and resolving any possible contradictions, so he does not hold or pursue any desire out of context, and he does not judge what is or is not to his interest out of context, on the range of any given moment. Context dropping is one of the chief psychological tools of evasion. In regard to one's desires, there are two major ways of context dropping: the issues of range and means. A rational man sees his interest in terms of a lifetime and selects his goals accordingly. This does not mean that he has to be omniscient, infallible, or clairvoyant. It means that he does not live his life short range. He does not drift like a bum, pushed by the spur of the moment. It means that he does not regard any moment as cut off from the context of the rest of his life, that he allows no conflicts, contradictions between his short-range and long-range interests. He does not become his own destroyer by pursuing a desire today which wipes out all his values tomorrow. A rational man does not indulge in wistful longings for ends divorced from means. He does not hold a desire without knowing or learning, and considering the means by which it is to be achieved, since he knows that nature does not provide man with the automatic satisfaction of his desires, that a man's goals or values have to be achieved by his own effort, that the lives and efforts of other men are not his property, and are not there to serve his wishes. A rational man never holds a desire or pursues a goal which cannot be achieved directly or indirectly by his own effort. It is with a proper understanding of this indirectly that the crucial social issue begins. Living in a society instead of on a desert island does not relieve a man of the responsibility of supporting his own life. The only difference is that he supports his life by trading his products or services for the products or services of others. And in this process of trade, a rational man does not seek or desire any more or any less than his own effort can earn. What determines his earnings? The free market, that is, the voluntary choice and judgment of the men who are willing to trade him their effort in return. While a man trades with others, he is counting explicitly or implicitly on the rationality, that is, on the ability to recognize the objective value of his work. A trade based on any other premise is a con game or a fraud. Thus, when a rational man pursues a goal in a free society, he does not place himself at the mercy of whims, the favors or the prejudices of others. He depends on nothing but his own effort, directly, by doing objectively valuable work. Indirectly, through the objective evaluation of his work by others. It is in this sense that a rational man never holds a desire, or pursues a goal which cannot be achieved by his own effort. He trades value for value. He never seeks or desires the unearned. If he undertakes to achieve a goal that requires the cooperation of many people, he never counts on anything but his own ability to persuade them and their voluntary agreement. Needless to say, a rational man never distorts or corrupts his own standards and judgment in order to appeal to the irrationality, stupidity, or dishonesty of others. He knows that such a course is suicidal. He knows that one's only practical chance to achieve any degree of success or anything humanely desirable lies in dealing with those who are rational, whether they are many of them or few. If any given set of circumstances, any victory is possible at all, it is only reason that can win it. And in a free society, no matter how hard the struggle might be, it is reason that ultimately wins. Since he never drops the context of the issues he deals with, a rational man accepts the struggle as to his interest, because he knows that freedom is to his interest. He knows that the struggle to achieve his values includes the possibility of defeat. He knows also that there is no alternative and no automatic guarantee of success for man's effort, neither in dealing with nature nor with other men. So he does not judge his interests by any particular defeat, nor by the range of any particular moment. He lives and judges long range, and he assumes the full responsibility of knowing what conditions are necessary for the achievement of his goals. Number C, responsibility. The last in the particular form of intellectual responsibility that most people evade. That evasion is the major cause of their frustrations and defeats. Most people hold their desires without any context whatever, as ends hanging in a foggy vacuum, the fog hiding any concept of means. They rouse themselves mentally only long enough to utter an "I wish" and stop there, and wait as if the rest were up to some unknown power. What they evade is the responsibility of judging the social world. They take the world as the given. A world I never made is the deepest essence of their attitude. And they seek only to adjust themselves uncritically to the incomprehensible requirements of those unknowable others who did make the world, whoever those might be. But humility and presumptuousness are two sides of the same psychological medal. In the willingness to throw oneself blindly on the mercy of others, there is the implicit privilege of making blind demands on one's masters. There are countless ways in which this sort of metaphysical humility reveals itself. For instance, there is the man who wishes to be rich, but never thinks of discovering what means, actions, and conditions are required to achieve wealth. Who is he to judge? He never made the world, and nobody gave him a break. There is the girl who wishes to be loved, but never thinks of discovering what love is, what values it requires, and whether she possesses any virtues to be loved for. Who is she to judge? Love, she feels, is an inexplicable favor, so she merely longs for it, feeling that somebody has deprived her of her share in the distribution of favors. There are the parents who suffer deeply and genuinely because their son or daughter does not love them, and who simultaneously ignore, oppose, or attempt to destroy everything they know of their son's convictions, values, and goals, never thinking of the connection between these two facts, never making an attempt to understand their son. The world they never made and dare not challenge has told them that children love parents automatically. There is the man who wants a job, but never thinks of discovering what qualifications the job requires, or what constitutes doing one's work well. Who is he to judge? He never made the world. Somebody owes him a living. How? Somehow. A European architect of my acquaintance was talking one day of his trip to Puerto Rico. He described with great indignation at the universe at large the squalor of the Puerto Ricans' living conditions. Then he described what wonders modern housing could do for them, which he had daydreamed in detail, including electric refrigerators and tiled bathrooms. I asked, who would pay for it? He answered in a faintly offended, almost huffy tone of voice. Oh, that's not for me to worry about. An architect's task is only to project what should be done. Let somebody else think about the money. That is the psychology. from which all social reforms or welfare states or noble experiments or the destruction of the world have come. In dropping the responsibility for one's own interests and life, one drops the responsibility of ever having to consider the interests and lives of others, and those others who are somehow to provide the satisfaction of one's desires. Whoever allows us somehow into his view of the means by which his desires are to be achieved is guilty of that metaphysical humility which psychologically is the premise of a parasite. As Nathaniel Branden pointed out in a lecture, somehow always means somebody. E. D for effort. Since a rational man knows that man must achieve his goals by his own effort, he knows that neither wealth nor jobs nor any human values exist in a given limited static quantity, waiting to be divided. He knows that all benefits have to be produced. The gain of one man does not represent the loss of another. That a man's achievement is not earned at the expense of those who have not achieved it. Therefore, he never imagines that he has any sort of unearned, unilateral claim on any human being, and he never leaves his interests at the mercy of any one person or single specific concrete. He may need clients, but not any one particular customer. He may need a job, but not any one particular job. If he encounters competition, he either meets it or chooses another line of work. There is no job so slow that a better, more skillful performance of it would pass unnoticed and unappreciated. Not in a free society. Ask any office manager. It is only the passive, parasitical representatives of the humility metaphysics school who regard any competitor as a threat, because the thought of earning one's position by personal merit is not part of the view of life. They regard themselves as interchangeable mediocrities who have nothing to offer and who fight in a static universe for someone's costless favor. A rational man knows that one does not live by means of luck, breaks, favors, that there is no such thing as an only chance, the single opportunity, and that this is guaranteed precisely by the existence of competition. He does not regard any concrete, specific goal or value as irreplaceable. He knows that only persons are irreplaceable, only those one loves. He knows that there are no conflicts of interests among rational men, even in the issue of love. Like any other value, love is not a static quantity to be divided, but an unlimited response to be earned. The love for one friend is not a threat to the love for another, and neither is the love for the various members of one's family, assuming they have earned it. The most exclusive form, romantic love, is not an issue of competition. If two men are in love with the same woman, what she feels for either of them is not determined by what she feels for the other and is not taken away from him. If she chooses one of them, the loser could not have had what the winner has earned. It is only among the irrational, emotion-motivated persons whose love is divorced from any standards of value. The chance rivalries, accidental conflicts, blind choices prevail. But then whoever wins does not win much. Among the emotion-driven, neither love nor any other emotion has any meaning. Such in brief essence are the four major considerations involved in a rational man's view of his interests. Now let us return to the question originally asked about the two men applying for the same job, and observe in what manner it ignores or opposes these four considerations. A. Reality. The mere fact that two men desire the same job does not constitute proof that either of them is entitled to it or deserves it, and that his interests are damaged if he does not obtain it. B. Context. Both men should know that if they desire a job, the goal is made possible only by the existence of a business concern able to provide employment. That business concern requires the availability of more than one applicant for any job. That if only one applicant existed, he would not obtain the job, because the business concern would have to close its doors. And that the competition for the job is to their interest, even though one of them will lose in that particular encounter. C. Responsibility. Now, the man has the moral right to declare that he doesn't want to consider all those things. He just wants a job. He is not entitled to any desire or any interest without knowledge of what is required to make its fulfillment possible. D. Effort. Whoever gets the job has earned it, assuming that the employer's choice is rational. Its benefit is due to his own merit, not to the sacrifice of the other man who never had any vested right to that job. The failure to give to a man what had never belonged to him can hardly be described as sacrificing his interests. All of the above discussion applies only to the relationships among rational men, and only to a free society. In a free society, one does not have to deal with those who are irrational. One is free to avoid them. In a non-free society, no pursuit of any interests is possible to anyone. Nothing is possible but gradual and general destruction. August 1962, The Conflicts of Men's Interests, The Virtue of Selfishness, by Ayn Rand.
my secret center, my heart and my tongue. Seven, behold, it is revealed my eyes, the minister for apartment. Eight, the calves is in the cool, not the cool in the calves. Nine, worship then the calves, and behold, my sword of revenge striketh thy cheek. By the sword I chose voice of the five, the voice of the 611 other voices. Abracadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoked it. About me shine the diamonds are radiant, white and pure. By their brightness I invoked it. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhon. By the sign I invoke it. For mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate. By my crown I invoke it. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the one of double power in the voice of the master. Abracadabra, by the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made a vow to invoke thee. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee about me. Shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure by their brightness. I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse the sign. Even of none save it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman. I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white. So mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee. Hey! I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, mine is the head of the six. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign and remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the ether, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be mine is the head of the hawk. I bear the rose and cross of life and light. Abrahadabra, giving the sign at each abrahadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be mine is the head of the hawk, abracadabra, and ends. 6, I bear rose and cross of life and light, abracadabra, giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be thee. Abrahadabra. You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall.
Atrocious with Ryan Reynolds. I mean, that movie was epically bad. One of the worst superhero movies of all time, and I'm a big fan of his. And that movie, he could not save that movie. That movie was atrocious. And then for those of us who, joined the Arrowverse, like I'm a huge Green Arrow fan. And so the fact that there's hints of Green Lantern showing up in that series had everybody up in arms, thinking that Hal was going to be the sidekick of Green Arrow. Didn't go that way. We've been pissed off forever in the DC world that the DC characters don't make it to the big screen, and they completely retool all of them. Finally,
which is wild. But when you're saying things like,
the things that my husband, whatever. And yes, I could make this private, but I just wanted to alert you guys to this situation. And some people are very used to a certain
Someone text me when this is done. This is obnoxious.
I think she's talking from her heart, but it's powerful either way. I mean,
Well, you can take it leave. It's just my observation, and it's why I'm concerned. And it's one thing for people to share opinions, and it's another that people are organizing. It's scary. And a lot of people haven't been, they haven't been targets their whole lives, and some people have been, and they're used to it. So just FYI, I've seen it, and if I don't say something, then I feel like I'm remiss as a friend.
Well, then, Kristen, it would be helpful if you put in my back channel the people that you heard discussing credible threats of violence this morning. Because
I will.
if you don't,
Yeah, I will.
then I can't.
The room that I visited is called Biblical Smoke.
Oh,
So
yeah,
if
I
you
was
guys
in there
want
for a
to-
minute.
Yeah. So if you guys want to listen for yourselves, go in there. So the end.
did you want to scare her, or what did you want to do to wake her up? Or I'm not sure what your message was. Are you warning her? Because that was powerful. Like most people would hear it and be like, that was a little bit much. Just one.
What I heard was much, Albert. What I heard this morning was a lot. And it was frightening. I'm frightened.
Okay, well,
And I think a lot
recommend,
of other people should be too.
I think we
Just
listen
FYI.
to the Gift of Fear audiobook. Maybe I go back and listen to it again. Because our risk assessments should not be ignored. And also with Biblical Smoke. You have to know the house. You have to know the rhetoric. I was in there for a couple of minutes. They were quoting scripture saying that we can judge people and we can judge them harshly. According to David's prayer to God in one of the Psalms, that God visit wrath upon his enemy. And I provided alternative scripture about judge not lest ye be judged. And God is the only true judge as far as I'm concerned, God of Jesus. So I appreciate the warning. And also, you got to be careful when you listen to rumors about how I navigate the house. Because
Rumors?
my reputation, yes.
I wasn't addressing any rumors. So I don't know where you got that.
Yeah, and I think it's fair to say that Kristen is probably not making any assumptions about how you navigate the app. Like, she spends a lot of time
In here with us,
Correct.
but not how I navigate outside the room.
But I didn't hear her necessarily make any implications about that. But I think Kristen is probably
She
one of the
warned me
people
not
that
to incite violence.
Okay.
That's what she said. Monica, don't do your social experiments because we're sitting on a powder keg and I'm worried that you testing your theories on people will cause harm.
Yeah.
Did I get that wrong?
I'm not
I
gonna.
think she,
I understand the admonition because I worry about you too.
I think she's genuinely concerned, but she doesn't operate the way you do, right? So, that was my,
Kristen, did I misrepresent what you said?
I suspect people were saying kill Monica, like they were violent, or
No.
the words were violent.
I don't even know if they know who I am. We're together for biblical smoke, but when I do, I observe the rhetoric, the temperament, and the studies and stuff.
Yeah, most of those people are pretty stupid. I say that clinically, not as an opinion, And really, Kristen's statement, there were times, I mean, I was just in a room, they were talking about Malcolm X, and it was just cracker this.
That's by any means necessary. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it was cracker this, cracker that, white people this, white people that, you know. And just the entire level of hatred in that room is palpable. You do have to be careful sometimes. You know? But the only person I've ever actually felt threatened by was, well, there was one other person, and maybe he's still there. Do you remember Florida Man?
Yeah, Florida Man had the best advice from his dad I ever heard, and it caught me and made me more mindful.
Well,
Applicable to this, let me tell you what it is, Alan, and then I can let you tell the Florida Man story you're going to tell. He said his dad gave him the best advice. He said, what is the worst advice? Unsolicited advice. Go ahead, Alan.
oh, yeah.
And I don't think Kristen.
He threatened directly to come and attack my family.
Wait, Florida Man threatened you?
Yeah.
That's a shame. I'm sad to hear that. I did not
Yeah,
expect
and
that from him.
not long after that, it's been a few years, not long after that, he disappeared from the app.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I haven't seen that guy around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you know who that is?
From season 1 or 2.
Yeah, I remember seeing him a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, and the other person is Brad, A.K. Viking.
I will just say,
Go ahead.
Brett would never make good on that threat, ever.
Brett is Florida Man. That's Brett.
No.
Florida Man is Brett.
Yeah, I think Brad's all bark and no.
That's why I said Brett.
Yeah.
Brett is Florida Man.
Yeah, Brett
Is a different person.
Brett is Florida Man. He would have never made good on that threat. I don't know why he was talking Matt Cashman shit, but he would never make good on that threat. He's not anybody you should ever worry about.
He can be ugly and rude, but he's never. Wait, hold on. I need to apologize to Kristen before we get too far away from that segment. Kristen, I appreciate the concern. I heard it. And I think.
Monica, your wind is cutting out everything you're saying.
Yeah, your wind is amazing.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter if you think
I
they
heard
will
the
make.
concern, and I appreciate the counsel. So thank you, Kristen.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Alan.
Yeah, it doesn't matter whether you think they would make good on a threat. The fact is, when someone says, I am going to do this specific thing to you,
That's right.
that legally you now have grounds. It's not a wish, it is a direct threat, and legally you can't do that. And legally I can report that person.
Which is why I'm going to do so in Callissa's.
It's really that simple. And I know what you're saying, serendipity about Brad is harmless. Given the fact his wife died, the fact that he's
I wasn't saying Brad. I was not saying Brad. I was saying Brett.
I said
Florida
Brad.
man.
I said Brad. My bad. I think
Yeah.
Brad is the same though. All bite, no.
Yeah, but
all bark, no bite. But go ahead.
yeah. No, go ahead. I don't want to interrupt.
No. I really don't care either way. I hear him, go off.
Yeah, no, I get it, but given the fact that, first of all, his wife died, and he refers to that so much, it's clear and understandable, which is why I was giving him a lot of slack for a long time, that, you never get over that. But he wears it on his sleeve and uses that as a justification to treat other people badly. You combine that with the fact that he projects this persona of aggression, and that he was in the military, that he brags about the number of guns he has, and then brags about what he will do to you if you ever step on his property. You put all of those things together, it now becomes more of a credible threat. And what is stupid about all of that is if someone actually complained to law enforcement and told them of these things, they wouldn't just drive up with 2 agents. They would drive up with an entire SWAT team to ensure their safety.
So that circles us back. Okay, go ahead, Alan.
Yeah. Well, no, go ahead, Monica.
So that circles us back really nicely to our pet peeves, what triggers us, what pushes our buttons. And I'm now wondering and contemplating, does Brad put out his wounds that are not healed out so that people will use them knowing that they'll get hurt, so then he can go scorch earth on them? Is he baiting us with his bobos?
Yes,
That's interesting.
absolutely.
Why do you got do you want to talk about Brad?
No, I'm trying not to talk about Brad, so maybe we can.
My bad.
No, let's keep the topic, but take it off of people. Are there people that share their trauma with us, knowing that we'll take advantage of it, because some of us, all of us, like we're humans, we're going to take any weapon that's available to hurt our enemy, quote unquote, knowing that it will give him license to hit that harder. They will give them license to hit that harder. And then they can claim victimhood. Look, they started it. They mentioned my trauma. Of course I'm going to defend myself and my wounds by any means necessary.
I'm feeling very Erica Kirk here right now.
Oh, I'm sorry. Tell me more.
The optimist in me does not believe that people share their vulnerabilities for the purpose of exploiting them. I think people just get comfortable and they think they're okay in a room amongst normal human beings, and sometimes they share things that can later be used against them.
Can it be both?
Yeah, I think it can.
Yeah.
I would like to believe that
I don't
something
respect
is-
people that like that though. Do you? Do you respect people that supposed vulnerability against you. If that happens once, I turn them off.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of the point is I trust you enough to be a certain level of vulnerable with you, and if I find that you use that vulnerability later in some means of even friendly manipulation, like, okay, now I know, like, that's a boundary. I'm not gonna do that or be that with that person anymore. But I mean, some of these people you talk to for years and years, and you think that they know you really well, and they still end up exploiting vulnerabilities. And to turn that around and say that, well, I was vulnerable with you so that you would eventually use it, it's just far grander a manipulation than I like to think that the everyday Joe is capable of. I love you, baby. Have a great day.
I love you too, Serendipity.
Right, I mean, that is so wholesome right there. Right? That's so fucking true. 100%.
Yeah, but I think the issue is that maybe you and I are having a conversation, Serendipity, but we're on a stage and other people are listening.
You're right, and we have to be mindful of that sometimes.
Yeah, so that's the first part of it. The second part of it, it may not be true of most people, but it certainly is true of the person we were speaking about 5 minutes ago. And that, and I think another way to put it, and this is a, wait, is he here? No. Well, if he was, I would apologize in advance because I don't know quite how to say this. But people get hurt, and then they will intentionally put themselves in the same situation to try to prove to themselves that they can handle it emotionally, even though they can't. So whether they're doing it consciously or subconsciously, they will continue to get hurt and then continue to lash out over it.
That may be, I mean, I think that may be a fair assessment, and I think probably more often than not, that's an assessment where it is a subconscious testing of not going to let this be a vulnerability kind of thing, you know? Yeah, that particular person, I tend to extend probably more grace than I should, because of a common vulnerability. Because regardless of the persona that you play on Clubhouse, there's just nothing quite like it. And people don't relate. People that haven't experienced it don't relate to it on the same level, you know. And I've probably given a lot more grace in that circumstance because of that common shared vulnerability. But I will just say that is definitely a trigger for me. I've had it used against me, and to think that people might assume I'm culpable in that I shared that because I wanted it to be used against me, just kind of makes me want to throw up.
What? No one made that argument, though.
I didn't say that they did. I'm just saying that that's a very personal vulnerability for me, and if people can surmise that about somebody else, people could surmise that about me.
And then they will get to know you, and they'll know your heart, and they recognize if you share things that maybe you shouldn't. It's not because you're hoping that it'll be weaponized against you. It's just because you're sharing and you're so relatable. And you offer everyone a cup of coffee, whether they deserve it or not.
I think in this situation it really comes down to how close the relationship is. and how much you think it's you value it, right? So if you shed something and then somebody you really don't know very well tries to call upon something they learn in one or two episodes, totally different than if someone you've known for years or 100 episodes or a season uses something that they think is like a joke, but then they use it to kind of one up. Definitely different.
Right, but the punch, um, the punch is the same. You know, because that is one of the exact scenarios that happened to me. It was somebody that did not know me very well at all, and I was foolish enough to make a comment about something on a pretty open stage. It was a very benign, innocuous comment, but they heard it, and later they came into a room full of people, and they made the insinuation that I murdered my husband.
That's fucking sick.
I remember that.
Maybe
In front of
I need to clarify that actually. When I heard myself say again, it really I don't think I said it exactly right. So forgive me for that.
No, I mean it's fine. I'm just saying, like, it, you know, and that person's opinion at that point in time, like, they were nobody to me. There was no relationship. It didn't matter. Like, it still packed a punch
Yeah.
because it was said in front of a bunch of people that did know me, you know, and yeah, it still packed the same punch. And it didn't really matter to their opinion. It didn't matter to me. It just.
Yeah, serendipity, we've all made that mistake. As time progressed on this app, at the beginning of the app, there weren't any political discussions.
Yeah.
And we were all sharing intimate details of our lives. And then as we got into these political discussions, and I don't know if you've done this, but I've certainly done it, we will use examples from our lives to justify a point we are making. The problem is then, without realizing, anything you reveal about yourself becomes fair game. So it's like you say, well, I would never, I always feed my dog the best dog food that money can buy, and then a week later it's, well, Alan mistreats his dog and doesn't let him run out, play outside.
Right.
No,
I know.
they'll just make up anything as long as they can use it. And by the way, I don't have a dog. So.
No, I know.
Yeah, but that's the problem. So we all got, this is all business all in the ass, one way or another. And there's no way to avoid it. It's to simply not use personal examples when arguing a point.
Right.
And
which is a shame.
I still feel a lot of separation from this. Maybe you guys don't relate to this. I feel complete separation from this platform and myself. Like, I don't think anything personal. I don't love that, but that's the way I.
Albert, you're a poopy face. No, I know.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
You will slough that off, but over time that insult will begin to gnaw at you until it consumes your very spirit.
It doesn't happen that much, honestly. Like, I rarely run into people who just adamantly despise me. So maybe that's my bad. But
You haven't tried hard enough to be unlikable.
well, there you go. Well, why would I want to be unlikable? Honestly, what's my? I'm not trying.
I don't know though. I don't.
Actually, on this app, you don't need to try.
that possible?
Well,
Maybe that's
Albert,
it.
well, that could be it too. Absolutely.
No, that's
But-
not it.
But,
See, there you go. No, see, there you go.
yeah,
I'm
but,
not internalizing what Monica said. I think it's fun.
yeah, but see, both Monica and I have gone into rooms where simply stating an opinion that contradicts what the rest of the room thinks or believes will bring instant hatred. And so that's one of the things.
Because they know a lot about you. But you're very,
No,
very
even if they
outspoken.
know nothing about you. You will, like I was in the room today, they were talking about Malcolm X, and I said some stuff. Now, I don't think people saw. There was one guy who agreed with me, but I know if I had been on the stage, it would have completely pissed him off. You know, and it was already palpable hatred towards white people, and they would have heard from my voice that I'm white, so it would have brought instant.
It doesn't even have to be a matter of race. I mean, I don't make it a habit. I don't make it a habit of going into other rooms. I don't make it a habit of being confrontational and picking fights with people. And I certainly have my fair share of haters on this app. Some people are just not other people's cups of tea. And
I don't know how that's possible with you, Serendipity. I can't believe that would ever happen.
it's possible. Trust me. Sometimes just by your mere existence, you're just not other people's cups of tea.
Yeah, and the example I use, yes, it was based on race, but that isn't the only reason. It can be anything, you know. Marxists against capitalists, or, you know, Jews against Palestinians, or Americans versus Middle Easterners.
Friendly people against bitches. I don't know.
Okay,
Albert, you heard the joke, right? It was gentle, friendly ribbing, right? I got side eyes from Callie.
Say what?
That's a joke, right?
Yeah, it was
No.
Of course, yeah.
I'm hungry. I'm leaving. Nice talking. Bye.
He said, I got to go feed my belly.
Alright, the rights of having come back yet.
It's okay. He's clearly in a mood. I don't really appreciate sometimes the dismissive tactics. I get it. Sometimes we all sit and listen to something we don't necessarily care to hear. But sometimes people just need to say what they need to say. And you should probably just stay on mute.
That's one of the things I appreciate about you, Serendipity, is you do let people say what they're going to say. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
And I don't agree all the time, but therefore, that's why I stay on mute.
Right. It's a good practice.
If I'm wrong, though, I need people to tell me I'm wrong. I'd much rather be corrected about a statistic or data or documents that I've gotten wrong than people stay on mute and just let me have it. Because in
But isn't that
no.
Isn't that different though than somebody who just thinks your opinion is wrong? It's one thing when you can refute what you say with data or facts. It's another thing when you have an opinion that somebody entirely disagrees with. But it's just your opinion.
And then the issue with that is, like, people criticize the opinion, and then and some people take it as a personal attack. Well, it kind of helps when they say you're stupid. That's a dumb idea. I consider that a personal attack. And, because then they stop and they don't say, and here is why. And then they provide me with documentation that makes me reevaluate my opinion. They never get to the why.
I think I miss that. Just picking your battles is key to sanity. A lot of people just many people respond with so much emotion that can get heated pretty quickly.
It's one of life's great lessons, choosing your battles wisely. Protect your peace.
It takes a long time to learn that. For me,
You'll be surprised how often I sit on mute. And I still don't always pick my battles wisely, but I had a great role model. My husband was fabulous at that.
I think I'm pretty good at it too, honestly. There's no reason for begin to bitch slap, and I mean that just in a vernacular way. If you're gonna end up like pissing yourself off,
Yep, preserve your peace. Consider the source.
that's a big one. Consider the source. I had a friend tell me that in college, and it flipped my brain out. It's like, oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
What did I grow up with hearing that? No, I mean, their parents may have said it in different terms, but that really hit me.
And I don't always win at that one either. Like I said,
I know.
I've let strangers rattle me with tidbits that I shouldn't have given a second thought to, but
People do anything to push our buttons. So, I mean, even the best of us, the most calm of us, get rattled.
yeah.
so when you say that, Callie, you really believe that people do their best to push your buttons?
Not people universally, but some people do.
But I don't do that. Honestly, I don't do that.
I'm not talking about all people. I'm talking about some people.
Some people. My bad.
Yeah,
My bad.
some people, not people universally.
And it's usually people that don't have a fucking life, so.
Rico and Keegan are two of those. Anything to just push a button, get a reaction. That's what they're looking for. Which is why I get mad at myself whenever I give them the satisfaction of knowing that was a button and you annoyed me. Goodbye.
So someone supposedly wise said that you have to be immune to any type of button pushing. Like that is the test of life. I don't know who said it, but I also don't. Maybe I'm just selfish. I don't need to, or I don't care about people unless I care about them, right? Then I'll push your buttons. I'll be like, why you're not getting better in this area or that area, but it's different. Like I'm not looking to piss them off. I have an example of a good friend of mine right now. I think he just doesn't know how to be accountable. I have two guys, and it affects my life now, so I might turn him off, get rid of him. Sorry, I'm going with years. Just saying.
that's kind of a boundary. Like, just setting a boundary for yourself.
You know, Albert, I used to do that. It's part of my personality where I have a long fuse and then I'm done and without knowing it would do this door slam. And I really have been working the last few years on not doing that with people who do, get to me more often than not. And, but I think there's a lot of stress and it's not being corrected in the person's life. Like if they're not working to better their lives or fix the problem, and it goes on for years, I get irritated. But yeah, I've done that before. The door slam. Not that you did the door slam. I'm just calling myself the person who did the door slam. But it's real. It's like just being maxed out. I think that's my pet peeve.
It's funny because you can go.
Sorry.
Oh,
Go.
sorry. I was just gonna say it's funny because you can go to both extremes. Like you can be that person that's gonna have very hard boundaries, and you're gonna possibly do the door slam prematurely because you're just really good at identifying and setting those boundaries. Or you can be like me, the person that's really terrible at setting those boundaries, and I don't ever want to slam the door. It's like, I might pull it too a little bit, but I don't want to slam the door. I feel like those extremes can go both ways. Like, I'm trying to find that happy medium of identifying when the appropriate time to do the door slam is and being able to do it. Like, I can't do it. I have a really hard time with that.
It's like I had a therapist once who taught me about boundaries because I didn't know what the word meant until I was 42. And she would talk about, building little fences, and then somewhere in between the little fences and the barricades is where you want to be. So the barricade, it's like I can't even tell you how it used to be for me, except that I would get to a point where I didn't have any qualms about it. Just slammed. It just slammed.
Yeah.
And like,
I had another good friend that was that way. Everything was very black and white to them. And when you crossed a line or you stepped out of what they considered to be your character, that was it. They were done. There was no redemption. There was no coming back from that. There was no grace for the fact that people are not infallible.
But then the thing is, though, that these people that would test me, I would give them years of chances. Like, oh, this poor person, I feel so bad. I've got to help them. I spend a lot of time and energy on them, like you are, Albert, with your friend. And I'd get emotionally spent, which I think it's a normal reaction. I do. More people need to do that. But I have learned to make it more balanced in terms of like, okay, is this fair? Or is this me being, like, I need to set the boundary earlier? That makes sense. So I think grace is really key in life.
I think it's important to have the boundaries, but it's also, you might just be a really awesome person, right? And they think that you're like everybody else. You give them the opportunity to improve, give them the space. They fuck up over and over and over and over again. Tell them about it, because I want to interject that. Like, you probably told this person, hey, I don't like when you do this. I hate when you do that. Why can't you be a little more like this? You gave them the things that would solve the problem, and they kept not being able to respond. So after that, you ask, well, do they do that to other people? There's a lot of evidence in this person that they do that to even their own family and friends. Overlooking. Okay. Then you listen to their verbiage. Oh, well, they've taken advantage of people this way and that way and that way in their past. Okay. Maybe I can sort of overlook that, but, we're good friends. And then it becomes, it impacts your life all over and over and over again. And you're like, man, I love you, and you're great. But you literally have bailed me out and done all these things, but what do I do with you now? Because maybe I'm moving on to another position. transition, and I would like you to be part of it, but maybe you don't need to be a part of the next chapter because you can't fucking be consistent.
Yeah, it does. It's very complicated. There's no recipe for it either. I mean, it depends on so much about the person, their lives, like how they've lived their lives, their faith, all their work ethic, their families, all of that. Like so many factors that it's hard to. I usually go by my gut feeling of this is toxic. I finally get to a point where this is affecting me this way, and this is after I'm talking years. And I don't even think it just happens. There's a breaking away, and it's like we do live chapters in our lives. I'm learning to accept that. There are seasons for friendships. Sometimes they're friends for life. Sometimes there's seasons for friendships, and we change all the time too. I rambled. Sorry, Beth.
You ain't rambling.
No, I think that's very accurate.
Yeah, I think you're making a lot of points. Yeah.
Thanks. I've thought about it a lot. I know this has probably come up before. I have a question. Has anyone in here in this group, this house, ever taken the Myers-Briggs personality test? It's been a while since I have, but it just came up while I was talking about this and in my mind. Like, I wonder, it'd be interesting to hear what people are. I can find a free version, a good free version.
Why were people so obsessed with that like 13 years ago?
I don't
People were
know.
obsessed.
They had it at work and everything.
Obsessed with what?
The INDG or whatever bullshit.
Oh, the personality. Are you
I
talking about
have
the
taken
personality?
it. I have taken it. Yep.
Yeah, every homo had it in their dating profile for no reason, like because it's like as if it matters. And those questions are like, so he's like, are you entering in truth? Like you know yourself on some deep inner spiritual level, or is it the version of yourself that you imagine to be true? It's such bullshit.
I don't know. I think kind of the premise behind asking the same question in different ways is to kind of get to that underlying, what do you really think of yourself? I don't know. I find them interesting. I use them in the professional sense all the time. Like understanding the personality dynamics of a person, and they might not always be 100% on, but it can certainly tell you a lot about understanding, for example, if an introvert is just introverted by nature versus antisocial. I think there can be some use applications for it. I don't think it's total hooey. I find that the description for mine very well, I think, suits my personality. So I would just have to believe that that was true on some level for for people. Why would you lie about it though?
Well, I don't know that
There's not a half fail.
There's not like overt lying, but there's a lot of negotiation when you're answering those questions about, is this true? Like, and there's parts of you that are machinating beneath your consciousness. Well, I think it's this way, or I want it to be this way.
Did you totally disagree with it when you did it 5 times? So, Raisa, did you disagree with everything?
I never did it. I never did it because I thought it was a stupid trend. And the only way it affected me was all these faggots were putting in their dating profile, and it like as if it meant something. And I thought it was like to me, what meant something is that you put credence in it. Like that was a red flag enough for me. Whatever your result was.
For these types of tests, I don't know why, but a lot of times, like, it basically, I find myself asking the exact same question. In what context? You know, I read the question, I'm like, well, you know, and then I basically imagine myself, and I imagine myself in different situations. I'm like, well, I act differently in different situations. You know, it's really context dependent. I just don't know how to answer it.
Of course.
I think you need to take the test, Arisa, and then, you know, do it 5 times, and then, you know, look at it, and if you're introspective or if you're analytical or not, see how many times you're the same premise, I mean, or not. I thought it was pretty accurate.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
Yeah, and I think I understand the nature of some people to say, well, in what context? Like, I mean, in this situation, it might be this, in that situation, it might. But I think you're overthinking it at that point. I think the test is designed for you to go with your first inclination immediately without putting that much thought into it. Because, of course, different life stressors, different life circumstances can impact how you might feel about a given situation, which is why you can take the test every couple of years, and you might yield a different result. I have consistently always yielded the exact same result every time I've taken it, and that's been over the course of 15 to 20 years. I've taken it multiple times, several years apart. I always fall in the same category. I find that the things that it says I tend to be strong in are very accurate. I find that the things that it says I tend to be weak in are very accurate. And I think it says a lot about like my ability, like the type of working styles that I'm going to mesh with versus the type of working styles that I might not mesh so easily with. I don't know. I think you're trying too hard. I don't think it's supposed to be an exact science. It's just supposed to give you an idea.
right. So I would also in school frequently I'd be taking a test and there'd be 4 answers, and then the teacher would always say, "Oh, choose the best answer." But like multiple answers could be true, and I would have to negotiate in my mind. I believe this is the one that they've determined is the best answer, but it certainly is not the only correct answer. And so it's like, it's just, I don't know. I think it's illusory or silly at best in my mind.
The right word exactly to say that's how school was with me, and typically all I had to do was put the teacher's mind in my mind, like just consider what she wanted out of the test, because I was basically the same, like, wait a second, there's so many different routes to get to a potential answer here, and it could be any of these, or it could be some not stated. It's just like, yeah, what does she want, and then I'll just like kind of skip out of the class.
Marking it to your teacher, yeah.
Yeah, but that's not what this test is about. This is about your own self, not about what A or A plus.
Yes, I understand, but it's kind of like they, when Serenity said, you know, you're overthinking it, like literally my first thought, it's like multiple impressions pop out, and I'm like, in what context? That's literally like my first verbal thought in these kinds of tests. It just, I don't know, it just
Well,
it doesn't work.
yeah, so some of these questions are always like, do you prefer to lead or do you prefer to follow? Well, it depends. Like on Clubhouse, I don't mind following. I don't mind someone else is leading because I'm not going to stay in the same room for 4 hours. I appreciate that someone else hosts the room. In other situations, of course, I want to rule the roost and lead others. Like, do you want to give orders or take orders? Well, it depends. Are you talking like?
I think it's over duration, Teresa. You know, it's over duration. So if 10 questions are asked and 10 different scenarios are given, and 6 out of 10 you score one way, perhaps that is more you'd rather lean that. I don't know. Or treat it the way you do. It means nothing, and move on. You know what I mean? I think it does give some indication. That's where
I appreciate your feedback, Derisive, because I wasn't on the dating apps 13 years ago, so I don't know. I didn't know that people put it on their dating apps, on their dating profiles. That's funny.
Did I tell you the play I saw the other day?
No.
It was a play that was put on by the residents of the senior citizen facility, and it was about senior citizens trying out dating apps and how they, navigate on dating apps, and it was a lot of humor and a lot of dealing with human frailty. It was very heartfelt. I was surprised actually how good it was.
I know you probably said this. Was it at the senior citizens home, or was it based on a story from?
Oh, it was on 42nd Street. No, just kidding. It was it was at the senior home in the community. On Broadway.
So are people in their 80s using dating apps? That's something new to me. I didn't know that.
I think that's cool, by the way.
The play got into a lot of that about how, a lot of people in senior citizenhood, they've lost their spouses that they had for decades, and they find themselves totally alone, but they don't want to be alone. They still want intimacy, but all the complexities of being old, including using the technology itself and the perception about meeting someone on the internet, and being worried that your arthritis is going to affect how you act on the date, and they'll notice and judge you for it, or things like all those things, all the complexities that young people face on dating apps, multiplied by all the complexities of aging and being lonely, and it was interesting.
I think it'd be cool if it was exclusive to your network. Like, say you live in an emboldened community. I hate to label things, but you knew who the people were, but you don't know how they're going to score, and then you're put in front of the people who you're most compatible with, no matter what they look like. I think that would be fun. That neighborhood.
Well, a lot of the dating apps are trying something like that now. They have an algo that determines, Hinge does that now. You get a weekly notification of this is your most compatible person for the week, as determined by the app somehow.
eHarmony used to do that back in the beginning days when I was one of the pioneers of dating apps. They did that then. Is this something different, more precise?
I have no idea.
Okay, I'll have to look into it. I'm not going to look into it for me, but I'm just curious for society.
Right. I think serendipity, part of it is also, I find it reductive and insulting to think, specific data points which indicate a meta personality of mine can be distilled into 4 multiple choices, which are, lacking in complexity and neat and organized.
I think for complexity in the results, and I don't think it's a complex framework. I think it's a generalization. It's intended to be a generalization. And not every single thing is going to apply. It is just a generalization, but I think it can be a very accurate one if the test taker is being honest about their preferences. And like I said, it's not a pass-fail kind of test. It's more of a what bucket do you most closely align with. Well, we all know nobody ever fits into the bucket perfectly. The bucket's always going to splash and slop around, but it gives a broad generalization, which I think can be useful.
Okay, all right, well, hear me out. Is it possible that due to the absurd mutant level of intelligence that I possess, that my human experience is not neatly distilled into a little box, like perhaps other people's are?
Oh, I know.
Due to my
I know exactly what box you fit in, but I know exactly. I mean, I can work with a team for
Don't they have a box for that too?
probably. I can work with a team for 3 months or less, and with a pretty certain accuracy, tell you where most of those people
Oh,
would fall.
could you please? I mean, I don't even know what these things are, so I'll have to look it up. But can you tell me what box you think I am, just out of human curiosity?
Yeah, I'll have to look it up. I'll look up the little key code to them, and I'll tell you where I think you fall. But then you have to take the test and see if you fall there.
I think you need to take the test and then have serendipity, grade it. Underneath that conversation. She's not going to throw you under the bus. She'll tell you the way it is.
Yeah. Campaigner, Monica. I'm a campaigner. Let's see. Derisive. Do you think that you have a pretty accurate assessment of my meta self?
Of you?
Yes.
I mean, maybe. I don't.
I used your word just to, Alright. This is the analysis for mine in that test. People with ENFP personality types are true free spirits. They're outgoing, they're open-hearted, they're open-minded. With their lively, upbeat approach to life, ENFPs stand out in any crowd. Even though they can be the life of the party, they don't just care about having a good time. These personalities have profound depths that are fueled by their intense desire for meaningful emotional connections with others. They carry an interesting blend of carefree sociability, sparkling imagination, deep contemplative introspection. They regularly use their natural curiosity and expansive creativity to try and better understand themselves and the complex dynamics of human relationships. They are truly devoted to nurturing their relationships with and their understanding of the world at large. In a unique way, their introspective nature is driven by their imagination, wonder, and belief in things that cannot always be explained rationally. People with this personality type believe that everything and everyone are connected and that they live for the glimmers of insight that they can gain from these connections. They believe that how we treat one another really matters. ENFPs are most likely personality type to believe in the concept of karma. When something sparks their imagination, they show an enthusiasm that is nothing short of infectious. These personalities can't help but radiate positive energy that draws other people in. Consequently, they might find themselves held up by their peers as a leader or a guru. However, once their initial bloom of inspiration wears off, they can struggle with self-discipline and consistency, losing steam on projects that once meant so much to them. They seek joy out of life and pleasure, which is the same as being shallow. Seemingly in the blink of an eye, people with this personality type can transform from impassioned idealists to carefree figures on the dance floor. Even in moments of fun, they want to connect emotionally. Few things matter more to these personalities than having genuine, heartfelt conversations with people that they cherish. They believe everyone deserves to express their feelings. Their empathy and warmth create spaces where even the most timid of spirits can feel comfortable opening up. ENFPs need to be careful, however. Their intuition may lead them to read far too much into other people's actions and behaviors. Instead of simply asking for an explanation, they may end up puzzling over someone else's desires or intentions. This kind of social stress is what keeps harmony-focused ENFP personalities awake at night. They spend a lot of time exploring different relationships, feelings, and ideas before they find a path for their life that feels right.
That's it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that does sound pretty spot on. And also, at first I was skeptical, thinking, okay, it's sort of like a horoscope, like you get
Right.
general enough that you can ascribe it to yourself universally, but there were some fairly specific things in there that wouldn't apply to other people, so okay, my mind is a little more open now.
Again, it's a generalization. That's not the be all end all, for sure. For example, I don't.
So how long does it take to take the test?
Maybe 10 minutes or so. 10, 15 minutes.
What's wrong with knowing yourself a little better? What's wrong with like validating things you already?
Tiffany, I was diagnosed, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I have a meeting, y'all.
These tests of I think so. Not only for yourself, but share with others. Like, yeah, that makes sense. That's why we hang out. That's cool. We'll never, believe because of this. And I like that. So you treat it however you want.
All right, I'm convinced. Callie, I'll take it if you find a free version.
Okay, let me look for it. I was holding off until you said something. I'll be right.
It would be funny to take the test and then, okay, take the test, one, when you're going through, like, benzo withdrawal, and then two, take the test while you're peaking on MDMA, and see how the answers differ.
I'm gonna post the one that I've always had consistent results with, in line with how I was tested at work. But, do you want me to put it in the Jumbotron or in the chat?
Either way, I'll just grab it from wherever you put
Put
it.
it in the Jumbotron.
I'm curious. I'm gonna do it right now. And I'm gonna read every question and answer that I give out loud in the room as I'm doing it. Just kidding.
There's this guy on YouTube he's one guy who would act out all the different personalities. He hasn't done it lately, but they're so good and funny. I'm gonna post one of them in the chat. Just take it. Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Yeah.
Yo, what's the topic? What y'all doing?
Nothing. We're all just talking about me and how awesome I am.
Yeah, Myers.
Well, good. I've done this before, but I actually came in here to only talk about Teresa for the next hour, I think, so.
Go on.
I was having this very lovely dream. Someone knocked on my door, and there was like a bouquet, like a basket that had a bouquet of like flowers and shit like that. And I was like, oh my god, who dropped this at my door? And I bent down with a little card, right? This little card was like, thinking about you. And I was like, oh, I wonder who this is. Flipped it over, there's a big, fat D on it. And I was like, this can only be one person. Oh my gosh. Anyways, who's doing the Myers-Briggs?
I am. I was very, very skeptical, and then.
Oh, you'll love it.
And then Serendipity read hers, and it was very much
What was hers?
on point. Hers was like, I care about connecting with people, and sometimes I think a little too deeply about the way that they behaved, and I like to have fun. It was like,
Oh my God.
everything about her to a T. So, and I started out the topic by making fun of it, and I thought it was just like a gay trend that all these homos put it on their dating profiles like 12 years ago for no reason.
Yeah.
But
That
then
was a thing.
I was expecting her summary to be about as specific as a horoscope, but it actually was more specific than that. So I'm gonna do it because she told me it only takes 10 minutes or something. Callie did. Someone did. I thought it was like more like 30 minutes to an hour, and then that would have cut into the time I have to play video games. So
Yeah, we don't want that.
We got on this topic because we were talking about door slams, and I think I got off topic. Monica had a question. You want to go back to your question, Monica? Are you able to talk, or should we keep going as we are?
okay, this one I can't figure out how to answer. I think, do you have unlimited patience and empathy when people just go on and on and on about something that's not interesting and rambling? I would say yes.
And that was for you. That was for you. No, I would say that would be a no. Okay, I was gonna say you're fucking lying. You actually made that point in a room. I think just a few days ago. You're like, you tell people, shut. Could you please? Like you said, somebody uses about 50 words when they could only got it across in 5.
Those are some of my greatest hits.
That was actually really appropriate, right? I don't think he gets a brevity, and I hate to, critique people in front of him.
Serendipity, I think, is in a meeting, but I wanted to tell her earlier, if someone can remind me later, that she's like, I used your word, the meta personality, to describe it back to me, and that is actually a literal sign of intelligence, is speaking to someone in a language that they can understand and being able to determine that as you're communicating with them, rather than, it's the sign of a pseudo-intellectual to just use all this like weighty, ethereal, floaty academic language to people where it's going right over their head. Like, that's just being a prick.
Yes, spotlight. I have to do it daily. I mean, spotlight me showing up at somebody's house and start talking about electrical theory about why something's not working at their home when when I just walk in and say, hey, your apple's not working, I'm gonna get it fixed. I got you.
Yeah.
I can tell when I'm looking at somebody and they're like,
I don't
like
see
I'm
that as a
talking
sign of intelligence. Like if you're overusing unnecessary or maybe let's just say over-articulate words, and you're doing it consistently without any feedback, that's a sign. If you're doing it with someone who understands you because you understand each other's discipline, different.
Yeah, you may have misheard what I said. We're in agreement. I said it's a sign of intelligence to speak to someone in a language that they can understand.
right, I got you, I understood exactly.
Well, I think Albert misheard me or misunderstood what I said in this, or maybe I conveyed it poorly. But
No.
yeah, I'm saying if you're intentionally speaking over someone's head, like that's a sign of pseudo intelligence. Like it's the way I speak to my 8-year-old nephew. I try to teach him, big words, which he's very into learning new words that I teach him, and I make sure to intentionally only use at most one word that I know he's not going to understand in a single sentence that I speak to him, and I see his brain sort of light up and the wheels start turning in his head, and then I ask him if he can deduct the meaning of the word based on the sentence in which I used it in, and then we'll talk about it, and then have him use the word, so, that kind of thing.
Are the kids today still learning Latin? That was.
You're very sweet, no.
Kelly.
No.
They got rid of
Did you go to Catholic school, or?
No, I just.
You can use it as a foreign language.
I mean,
I think a lot of universities are even taking out their Latin departments.
Really?
Yeah.
I also think it's not advantageous to hold back on anybody. If you have the vernacular and you're in the flow, with your big word usage or association, don't hold back because we're in the mode of AI and AGI, and I merge with AI in terms of how I use it for strategy. I don't think we're ever going to go back to the idea of just be yourself.
Period.
Myself.
Period.
I was gonna say, we had to take it before selecting a foreign language. So like in middle
me
school,
too.
yeah, I love it. I mean, I think it's a foundation. It's just, everybody needs to take it.
It's useful. It helps you figure out what words actually mean. I can break down words especially if it has a Latin, it drives something Latin, right? Love that shit. I'm like, oh, I know this fucking pronoun. I love A bibbidi bobbidi boo.
I just asked, well, I think that Vinny Vidici is we came, we conquered, something.
We saw something like that. Yeah. Go.
Okay, I just asked the AI, when was the last time Latin was widely spoken? And as a daily native language, between 600 to 800 AD. So it is. Okay. I guess that's about what I would have guessed, but I don't know. I played this game not so long ago. I forget what it was called, but the whole point of the game is you distributed all these cards to people, and each card would be a significant historic event, like women gained the right to vote, or the printing press was invented, or the Protestant Reformation, whatever. And all the cards had to be arranged, and the only point of the game was you had to determine which events came before which other events in order. And it sounds easy, but it actually, as the game gets toward the end game, it gets much, much harder because there'll be a few events that happen only a few years apart from each other. And anyway, the whole point of the story was that I played with a group of really smart people and I won. Okay, so actually I'm going to score myself down on this Myers-Briggs test for narcissism thing.
You should do the Myers-Briggs test and then go to your
I'm doing that right now.
the most. go to the AI that you use the most and be like, what do you think my Myers-Briggs would be?
I also think you should not. I also think you should care less what other people think. You want to do it right, yeah.
Oh, I'm trying to like, you know, be as dispassionate and objective about myself as I can doing this. It's my aim.
Yes, be very objective.
But you can't see the world through someone else's eyes. Sorry, Bear.
No. This is my third time taking this. So I took it once in my late 20s and I got debater. And then I took it when I first joined Clubhouse and it was like going on and shit. I was like, oh, let me take this again. And then I got leader. So I'm taking it again now that I'm 39 to see if things changed.
Are you taking
What is the name?
Myers-Briggs
What
or
is the name?
Big Five?
The 16 personalities. This is the one, right?
That's the Myers-Briggs. I think, unless they changed it. I hope I didn't post the wrong one.
I'm gonna take it home soon. No, this is the right one. 16
Okay.
personalities. Yeah, Myers-Briggs. Yep.
What is I'm gonna check out the Big Five. I think I've done that, Brandon.
I don't think I've done Big Five.
It's up in, it's in the chat. It's in the chat.
Okay, let me get it.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that one.
Oh my God.
Go ahead. Tell us.
This will be quick because it's not interesting. But I had to start over because I just realized that I thought that the degree and disagree were on the opposite sides of where they actually are.
Sounds like me. I do that too.
Damn.
I mean, we read from left to right in English, so like it should be degree on the left and disagree, or disagree on the left and agree on the right, but it's the other way. Oh, okay. Thanks, Callie.
Yeah, I need to look at it more clearly.
Sorry, Brandon.
Oh, it's okay. Apparently the Big Five is it's claimed to be more supported, more reliable, or whatever, more evidence-backed in
By
academic
who?
circles.
Who says that?
Not
Oh,
just,
academics.
yeah, the academics say it, but who cares what they
I'm gonna do it too then. Fuck it. Let me know more about myself. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Do you guys want to be upset or like who lives at a really awesome supposed place?
Me.
Girl, well, I know you know.
I feel like I live in an awesome place.
I am driving and living like fucking heaven. Just saying. Yeah. It's Pompano, Boca Raton, Florida. Oh.
Ooh, yeah, that's what's up, bro.
Damn.
What up?
Yeah. That's a cheat.
Totally stoked to do it. I want to start learning to talk like that. Totally stoked for you, dude.
Like what? Did I insinuate?
Boca Raton, man. Boca Raton.
No, I would
You got that
like more Long Beach.
Oh, maybe you're right.
Boca Raton.
Boca Raton.
Like, listen here, Sonny.
I thought, okay, I got messed up. I've never been to Boca Raton, so I don't know. I just think of the surfer dudes. I guess that's more West Coast Cali and like Hawaii and shit.
Wait, what? I was trying to answer the question. I make new friends easily. What was the
Yeah, you do.
What was the second? Sorry, I couldn't answer that one clearly. What were you talking about just now?
I was just making fun of the way Albert here said Boca Raton,
Oh,
but I tried to make it Cali. I was like, oh, they're like, oh, wrong place. I was like, oh, okay.
Do they say Boca Raton down there?
I have no idea.
Maybe it's the way I said it. It's Boca Raton, whatever. Fort Lauderdale. How's that?
Fort Lauderdale.
Maybe I said it. Yeah, maybe I said it the wrong way, and was interjecting. I was just projecting my bliss right now. My bad.
There's no bad.
I went to go tanning on my rooftop the other day, and this pretty little girl was there. She was like a woman, pretty woman was there. I got to talking to her. She's from Houston, Texas. She's 19. She's a dancer. She's dancing for money. On Broadway though, not like for fucking.
She has a job on Broadway?
Apparently, she was a part of she was an extra for something, and since then she's been like queued up for different jobs and roles.
Oh, good for her. So she literally like moved to New York to try to make it on Broadway like so many others have, and she's doing it?
And she's doing it.
That's awesome.
I was like, damn, bet you know.
Okay, the question, sometimes you wonder if there's an afterlife. Agree to disagree. What if you know there's an afterlife? You don't wonder about it. There's no way to answer that.
Yeah. I would like see with the way that I would think that they are framing this question, I would put you like agree all the way to the extreme extent. I fully agree, but yeah, that's like something that would go through my head also. Like
That's true. I like the degrees of agree.
Yeah.
Yeah. Puts things in perspective a bit. When someone thinks highly of you, you wonder how long it'll take for them to feel disappointed in you. That's a good question, bruh.
You know what's strange is nobody called me, or I called somebody 20 minutes ago, and I still have a red phone.
Call somebody real quick and then hang up. It'll go in.
Okay, thank you.
That is so weird because like older versions of Clubhouse had no problem with that, and then for whatever reason the newest few iterations have that problem.
By the way, it works, but the next question I have is, who do you call to do that?
You can actually call yourself.
Ghostbusters! Yeah, call yourself.
I can't call myself.
Like if you have an Alexa device or anything like that,
No, I'm
you
on
say
the road.
call.
I'm on the
Oh,
road.
you are?
Yeah, I hear you though.
No, I think you could actually call, like if you have an iPhone, you can actually call yourself.
Just leave and come back, bro.
Yeah, just leave and come back if it goes away.
Can I tell you, honestly, I've seen more attractive women in the last 5 minutes than I have in 5 months.
Okay. Alright, that's what's up.
Sorry, but just so you guys know.
It's okay because you haven't seen me yet. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, did I say anything like, didn't say
Honey,
anything beautiful?
just laugh about it. Just laugh about it.
My bad.
Just laugh. Just be cheeky, bro. You see this guy? Everybody, y'all see him? Thank you. Can't even be cheeky for a moment.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry.
Hey, girl.
Hello.
Serendipity, listen, when you were gone, I paid you a very thoughtful compliment.
Aw, you did? Are you being serious?
My Myers-Briggs personality indicated that the sarcasm could be thinly veiled at any moment. No, it was, yeah, I mean, earnest and honest. It was, when you said, using your word, meta personality, and repeating a concept back to me, I said, that is actually a sign of true intelligence, is speaking to someone in a language that they understand, in particular. Versus just being like weighty and academic and ethereal and using floaty language to talk over someone's head to try to sound smart, which is a sign of a pseudo-intellectual.
Ooh, that reminds me of somebody.
incisive. I appreciate that very much.
You're welcome, Emma.
Apparently, I just took the wrong test. I took the 16 personalities again, and then it asks you to pay for it. And
Wait, is that the one I'm taking now?
the one in the Jumbotron is the 16 personalities. I don't know why my link went there when I clicked on Brandon.
Let me find out. I'm almost
Okay,
done.
so I should stop it now, right?
No,
Yes,
no, no.
yes.
Look at the link. Look at the link. What does it say?
It says 16
No, I didn't have to pay for it. No, no, no.
personalities.com/free
I did not
personality
have to
test.
pay for it. I just finished it. I did not
Okay.
have to pay
Well,
for
then
it.
I
I
don't know
just
what
got
I
mine.
just took. I took something else
Okay.
then.
I just got mine.
Forget what I said.
I just got commander. So I went from debater to leader to commander. Baby, fuck out of here.
So you use the same link that I'm doing, girl?
Yes, sir.
And that's the INDG or whatever?
Yeah, ENTJ Alpha.
Okay, so I am doing the right test, so I shouldn't
You were
stop.
doing the right. You were doing the right one without a paywall. Yes, no paywall. So basically, your time is limited, and don't waste it living for someone else's life. Period. Fuck out of here. Hello? Natural born leader. Unparalleled drive. I'll write this down. I don't want to write this down. In fact, never mind. Send me your emails. I'm gonna.
Oh, that's real.
I need you all to read this. Your approach to life is characterized by ambition.
Put in your clubhouse profile. Before you speak, you need to read this entire assessment of myself.
That's right. Direct communication style with both strength and challenge.
See, I love that. I love that articulation. And why would we shy away from it, honestly, ever? Like, you're supposed to be in control, right? You're supposed to be, right? So what the fuck? Why do we have to explain ourselves?
My strengths are clear communication, decisive action, efficient organizer. Hello? Y'all, shit, if I had a dick, I'd suck it.
Wipe her up.
My weaknesses are
I mean, I don't know
overly
about
critical,
that comment. That comment was a little off. But okay.
discomfort, and ambiguity. Thank you. Underestimated emotional factors. Yeah, I do underestimate emotional factors. So, intolerance of insufficiencies. I agree. My strengths are I can take constructive feedback.
See, that goes on my INFJ, like I judge. And I should.
Self-motivated.
Albert, you're an INFJ too. I'm on the edge of P and J.
There you go. Yeah.
But I mean, are you a strong J?
I don't know. I've taken it. I've got ENFJ and I've got INFJ.
I got ENFJ in college. I think I was pretending to be an E back then. Actually, I got ENFP back then. But now I embrace my INFP/J.
Other commanders are Gordon Ramsay, Jim Carrey, Whoopi Goldberg, Malcolm X. Period. Tony Soprano. Period. Doctor Strange.
I actually like with fictional characters in there. It's funny.
Yeah, it's cute, right?
I saw what you posted. It cost $2. Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. I'm going to go ahead and pay for it. But I was just making sure it didn't send me to another link. It didn't. It's the same test.
Miranda
that's-
Priestley.
Wait, so it's
Yeah, because it says it's free.
it's making
I know.
some people pay for it and some people not? Because Vero just
No,
said she took
you're
it
in
and
the,
didn't
you're
pay
in the
for it.
right one. I'm taking the one Brandon posted, the big 5. And
Let me go.
it's $1.99 after you finish it. But maybe there's, I'm going to take it
Try-
on the browser
try
on my
using-
computer.
Try on the confirmation page using the remove paywall and put the link in it and see if you'll be able to see the results anyway. It's possible, I'm not sure.
Wait, what do you mean in the link or in the URL?
The URL from the summary page.
Okay.
It's possible that like the
It's possible
actual.
that I'll go with there. Okay, hold on a second. I've never done it with quizzes.
ENFPA.
You took it again?
Is that the same as before?
Yeah, try it. You got to.
Yes. ENFP, yeah.
So you got the same thing again?
I did.
Consistency is key, baby. Love that. Love that. I'm an ever-changing girl, though. You know, that's just what I gotta live with. But I love consistency. It's
I was think it would be funny if people took the test on two very different states of mind induced by different classes of drugs. Like one on a drug that gives them like universal love and empathy for all living things, like MDMA, and then another drug where they're like withdrawing from benzodiazepines, where they like just hate everyone and everything. It would be funny.
Okay, so apparently I found the big 5 personality test for free. I'm gonna put it in the chat.
Did you? Oh, you found it. Okay, great.
I found it because I'm good like that.
Yeah, you are
Because
good
I'm a
like that.
commander. Who's in the chat?
Okay. So the last initial after your like 4 letters is either an A or a T. I'm an ENFPA, which is assertive, which I just don't understand at all how they would consider me assertive. However, the contrast to assertive is T, which is turbulent. And I would just like to say that Monica has a T at the end of her response.
I have an A. Okay.
Well, I think you're like turbulent, assertive with your children, right?
Yes, I am. I am indeed. Monica's a little turbulent. Do you guys find that at all surprising?
So there's an A and a T after each type. Okay, I need to retake it then. I think I'm probably A.
It should be in your results.
Well, I didn't take the one with the A and T. I haven't taken it in like 5 years. I'll take it again.
Yeah, the last one is you're either assertive or you're turbulent.
Why can't there be something in between assertive and turbulent? Like calm, like not calm. Like I think I took a test one time and said I was high calm. This was in the 90s. I don't know what the test was, but I was laughing because I'm like, they think I'm high calm, but they can go ahead and hire me and see if I'm high calm.
What does high call mean?
High calm, CALM, but it's like you think between assertive and turbulent, there'd be something like lower, like maybe like, I guess you could be calm and assertive, but turbulent would not be calm. I don't know, like something, there needs to be a third letter. But I'm not the one who designs the test.
Assertive. Monica, click on the little question mark on that assertive turbulent line and see what it defines as turbulent. Assertive, you're likely self-assured, even-tempered, and resistant to stress, refusing to worry too much. I'm just curious what the turbulent side of it says.
Yeah, I'm just gonna share what I'm seeing right now, and it's relevant to what we see in Hormones right now. I'm seeing massive tankers off the shorelines, just waiting, like massive tankers in crystal clear blue water.
What are you talking? You're seeing this with your own eyes?
Yeah, correct. I'm in Fort Lauderdale right now. Yep.
Expect to see more of that in the coming months.
Well, I hear that they're sending all the oil ships towards Gulf to load up on fuel. Because I just watched this.
Right.
Interesting. Yeah.
So apparently, like, the main thing that got done with Trump meeting with Xi is Trump was appeasing Xi, being pissed about the war in Iran shutting down the oil flow to China. So he made a deal with Xi that America would directly sell oil to China, and it will be transported by boat.
it just seems nuts to me that people that were arguing that this wasn't geostrategic and that, it's all just stupid, in the moment moves by Trump when this is 20 plus years in the making.
Yeah, I would pull over and give you guys a good scene. It's white sand with crystal clear blue water, with massive oil tankers in the background. Like hundreds of, like at least 5 of them right now.
Okay, just completed the big 5 that I posted in the chat. There's no paywall. I repeat, there's no paywall. And I got my results. I don't know how to read this though. Let me read on.
This is deep. I have my results too. I'm like, what is this? Where's the letter?
Where's the letters? Categorizing.
There's not like a word to describe. Maybe that's better though.
Okay, I got mine.
Your Myers-Briggs?
Yeah,
What are
The
you?
and something.
the
Okay.
letters. Okay.
What are they?
I'm reading this for the first time with you guys live. Don't you feel special?
I do.
Okay. ENTP-A, which is good. Is that good or bad, Monica?
It's fine. Go.
Okay. As an ENTP debater, you're a vibrant intellectual force, always ready to challenge ideas and push boundaries. Your quick wit and audacious spirit make you a natural provocateur, thriving on the mental gymnastics of a good argument. You see the world as a playground of possibilities where every conversation is an opportunity to explore new concepts and challenge the status quo. Your innovative mind is consistently buzzing with ideas, making connections that others might miss. You have an uncanny ability to see potential where others see problems, approaching challenges with enthusiasm and creativity. This makes you an incredible asset in brainstorming sessions and think tanks, where your out-of-the-box thinking can lead to groundbreaking solutions.
Period.
However, your love for the theoretical can sometimes overshadow the practical. While you excel at generating ideas and strategy, you may find yourself losing interest when it comes to the nitty-gritty of implementation. The mundane details of everyday life can feel stifling to your free-spirited nature, leading to a tendency to procrastinate on routine tasks or abandon projects once the initial excitement wears off. Your charismatic nature and gift for debate make you a compelling communicator capable of rallying others around your vision. This same trait can sometimes come across as argumentative or insensitive if not tempered with emotional intelligence. Learning to balance your sharp intellect with empathy and tact is a key part of your personal growth strategy, allowing you to harness your full potential as a visionary leader and innovator. In your professional life, you thrive in dynamic blah 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 blah. Okay, you thrive in dynamic environments that challenge your intellect and provide ample opportunities for innovation. Your natural entrepreneurial spirit makes you well suited for roles that involve strategic planning, problem solving, and generating new ideas. You're at your best when tackling complex challenges that require creative solutions, making you an asset in fields like consulting, technology, or research development. However, you may find yourself chafing under rigid hierarchies or overly structured work environments. Your independent nature and love for debate can sometimes put you at odds with traditional authority figures and established systems. Finding a career path that allows you to exercise your creativity and leadership skills while providing the flexibility you crave is crucial for your long-term job satisfaction. Consider roles that let you be innovative, such as entrepreneurship, strategic consulting, or creative direction, where your ability to see the big picture and generate novel ideas is highly valued. You're weak here. strengths and weaknesses. Okay, the strengths are boring. The weaknesses: difficulty staying organized, impatient with mundane tasks, overly critical of authority, reluctant to commit, dislike of constraints, easily distracted. Okay. Alright.
I always showed up as ENTP as well whenever I took these tests, and the weird thing is, whatever conversation I have with the AI, it always says INTJ, and I'm like, what the hell is this? How does that make any sense? It's a completely different cognitive stack, so I trust those.
And when you say the AI, you mean like you just ask an AI that has a history with you to guess what you are? Or?
So it depends. I've done it on different AIs, and some of them, I typically, so it depends what you think about this stuff. What is and isn't logged, but I typically remove all the settings to build a history of me, but I think it does anyways. So yeah, independent of which AI it is, it always says that. And I mean basically like just having like a regular conversation. It's typically what I do at the end of conversations. It'll ask certain things like, let's just do a kind of retrospective analysis of what happened in this conversation.
I wonder why we doubt all these things so much. Like these tests, we're like, oh, they have to not really know me. Like, why do we doubt so much about what other people or other things perceive us to be?
Sure.
What
So,
is that?
well, because the AI in and of itself like doesn't have a sense of its own self. It just mirrors what you say, and so it has problems with any kind of like, sense of self or reflection or anything. It's based solely on what you program into it in a given session, and what I program into it is different, over time.
So, Brandon,
Apologies, derisive for the observer. I was hoping Serendipity would guess what you were before you shared what you were.
Oh.
That's the only reason why you got gone. It's a what do you like? It's a great. It fits you. And go ahead with your question, Brandon.
Okay, all good. So you said, which one does the AI think you are again?
It says like extreme INTJ every single time. I'm like,
INTJ. Oh, okay, because I just asked the AI that I talk to the most, which is Google Gemini, and it says it's guessing that I'm INTP, the STP, the virtuoso. So yeah, it's also wrong, but I think it's because like. Sorry, go ahead.
I think that like intelligent people, maybe they just know to be like kind of more introverted-ish when they're trying to get intellectual stuff out of the AI, and so that it like biases that way.
It's just because like have probably how I use AI. Like I usually use it when I want like a very complex question distilled very simply and quickly, So it's probably just going based on that.
Yes, it has like general data sets, and then like so that's a good thing to talk about. It's trained on a full set of conversations from people on the internet in all different kinds of contexts, all different kinds of situations with humans. And then we go to a specific outlet, the AI, and ask it things in a kind of channeled and directional way. And so it's not as universal.
I also think we've been conditioned to not. I think a lot of people. This is just obviously something about me. Maybe we're channeled not to be as intelligent as we really are. We don't like hearing them like masterminds, and then we don't want to internalize it. For obvious reasons.
Yeah, that's definitely that's definitely
skewed. Yeah, I find people are getting much more intelligent. Maybe I'm just off, but I find conversations are better. They're more articulate than they've ever been.
Do you think Clubhouse is helping with that?
No, it's not about Clubhouse. It's about where I choose to, hang out. Honestly.
Very good. So I'm learning that the T at the end of the Myers-Briggs is about your reaction. Do you react with assertiveness, or do you react with turbulence? I haven't figured out what that means. So for us, for the alphas, not alpha as an alpha, but A for alpha, assertive, that means that you just have a higher confidence with your decisions. You have less that you don't worry too about criticism, you're able to adapt. And if you have turbulence, you take criticism harshly, you kind of like even like swallow up a little bit. So that's what I just found that out.
Oh, that's really helpful. I actually looked back at my Gmail and I was an A.
Perfect, period. Monica, what does this mean for you?
Whoever did the big five and said they they hated talking on the phone, I'm calling you a liar right now.
I said that.
I hate talking on the phone.
This is the phone.
It's different. I can't explain it.
But
to if I have to call my bank or something. Oh no.
It's like I need to make sure I have lunch, I'm fed, that I've done everything else before I do things like that too.
I gotta know what the conversation's about too.
Well, just know that your call is very important to us.
Oh my God. Please hold the next available agent.
Thanks, Brandon, for the big five. That kind of helps me look at this a little bit differently.
Sure.
That always makes me angry. Your call is very important. It's like, no, it's not.
No, it's not.
I wouldn't be on hold if it was, and I wouldn't be talking to some fucking retard in India or Colombia if it was.
Oh my God, the last time I called T-Mobile, I was asking the customer service agent if she had a degree in IT or engineering. And this bitch, you know what this bitch responded with? She's like, I do have a degree, but it's not in IT. I'm like, bitch, get off the phone then. Give me somebody with a degree in IT, boy. I can't.
Oh my God.
From an accredited fucking college or trade school or something. She got me tight. It was because I was asking a technical fucking question and they just kept giving me the runaround, y'all. And after a while, you get fucking tired of it. And y'all do too. Don't play.
The other day I had a question for Amazon on Amazon's chat, and they sent me to 6 people before I had the last one that resolved my issue. And I remained calm through the whole thing, but like maybe 10 years ago even, I would have been irritated. I would have been, okay, I don't have time for this.
No, I'm on my period.
That's probably.
I'm okay with saying that. I've always been okay with saying that. What are you on your period? Actually, hold on. Am I? You're right. I am at the start of my period. Y'all, it is 97 degrees right now. The real field is 99.
It's really humid here. Like, you can cut it to the bone.
Gross.
What about there?
Gross. It's not too humid, but that's a sign to me. So, like, the meteorologist in me is now saying, okay, gross. We just had a major heat spike with no humidity. So now all I have to do is look at the sunset. When I look at the sunset, if it's red at night, sailor's delight. Red sky in the morning.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes,
I would need to see the link of what you're talking about. That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about in regards to.
No, baby, what I'm saying is I live in the state of Georgia, and like they had it where there was truckfuls at night of unmarked ballots that they were bringing in. And so when people are like, they counted it 2-3 times, of course you can count it 1,000,000 times and then add another billion ballots to it. It's still gonna be a rigged election.
No.
Yes,
That's not what they did. That's not what they did, and it's not how they counted. They counted the ballots.
The only thing I would realize is
Unfortunately, I like to go based off of sources and then gather my own conclusion from sources. So with that being said, I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong or right or true or untrue. But what I'm going to say is I would need to look at a source that said that and make that the reason as to why each and every time those ballots were counted, that's the reason why they made that conclusion, but because of the truckloads of ballots being shipped to Georgia.
Okay. Hey,
11,000 something fake votes.
Because Trump's the one that caused the massacre.
No, see, that's just a gross misrepresentation.
Oh, so what was he doing? So what was he doing when he was asking for and to get 11,000 votes? All I need is 11,000 votes. That's all we need is 11,000.
Trump knew he had won the state and then there was fraud.
So
Okay,
what fraud? What fraud? What fraud?
If you need just 11,000 of it to be corrected and investigated or whatever, dude, then do you want to tell yes, waste resources to find 200,000?
I mean, Trump's wasting resources now, so I mean, I don't really.
Actually, I have to agree with Coco. He should have. I hate to say it, it would have taken longer, but he probably should have. He should have.
Well, you guys actually think the fucking election was stolen?
No, that's
Still
all
maybe,
Not getting reparations.
Are you actually
Reparations.
I'm being honest, like, are you actually returning? I'm sorry, like to think that you actually have to be returning.
What's the title about?
The J6ers are going to get reparations coming up, or yeah,
it's a settlement payout. It's a settlement. Mind you, Trump said it was going to the charity first.
no, I love it.
Mind you, Trump said it was going to the charity. In his lawsuit, at first the lawsuit was for Trump in regards to I guess his tax return transfers have been exposed or some shit like that. And so at first, that's why Trump was suing the IRS for like $10 billion. And then he said that the money from the Senate would go to charity. But then all of a sudden, as soon as the judge was supposed to make some type of, I don't know, was supposed to do something, in regards to looking at the case, he switched the case from his lawsuit to getting a getting a settlement payout for the Jan sisters.
Yeah, the IRS had to apologize to Trump and his sons.
That is retarded.
He has to IRS has to formally apologize to Trump.
I'm perfectly fine with that. I mean, if his transfers were exposed and they were supposed to, absolutely, the IRS owes him an apology. But a $10 billion payout is something that he does not deserve. Also, flipping that lawsuit and then turning it into something for Jan's sister, for it to, I guess, get approved still faster because he knew what he was trying to get was not going to happen. And then he switched it to 1.6 billion, and you know that's a taxpayer money. Last time I checked, Republicans are the only one that pays taxes in the United States of America.
Not only do I gotta give my taxes up to watch kids be bombed in other countries, but I also gotta give my taxes up to domestic terrorists.
Right.
Who fucking attack our capital, police officers, kill people, kill other civilians, take shits on the desk of politicians.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this shit is crazy.
Right.
You know what? Let me tell you something. In my state, my hometown, literally, and this is the shit that pisses me off, y'all. In my fucking hometown, shit is fucked up. The infrastructure is falling in. Not where I live now, but where I grew up, okay? The schools is fucked up. The kids don't got playgrounds to play on because the shit is deemed unsafe by the city, right? We got overpasses held up by wooden fucking boards. The water pipes are fucked up. At least 2-3 times a year, people get put on a advisory to boil the fucking water. You understand? And I gotta give up my money, my tax money, right? To some motherfuckers who attack our fucking capital, the people's house, and to bomb little kids and shit like that. Yo, this shit is crazy. It's actually disgusting. And this is the shit, really. This is the fucking shit that pisses me the fuck off. We got other shit to worry about. We got bigger problems. Why the fuck we got, oh my god. Y'all, I can't, you know what, that's it. I land. I'm getting.
I don't want to piss anybody off, but
It reminds me of the Travis, and it reminds me of the travesty. Don't you remember, Beaver? When it was in my hometown, my city, where my brother and my mom lived in Chicago, that atrocity that happened when that black man was wrongly killed. And they totally crucified the cops that wrongly killed him. But then on top of that, we had riots in the streets of Chicago. They were burning down mom and pop shops. The government wasn't doing a damn thing about it. And I'm sorry that we had a shitty president that was asleep behind the wheel when we had 13 dead American Marines, and the president didn't even fucking apologize for it, forcing vaccines down our throats. So yes, ma'am, I know that
Kitty! Viking warrior woman! Kitty the warrior!
But that Trump, those are the reasons why Trump is trying to get this slush fund to get some more money off of American citizens' backs. And we will, this would be interesting in regards to how these funds would be dispersed, simply because there have been multiple claims that this administration has made that stated that Americans will be getting funds that they collect and still not receive.
Looks like I'm in the minority on this. Some people in the chat disagree. Coco strongly disagrees. Peter, check out Aaron's PTR. He voted for you. He wrote your name in at an actual real election.
Darren, really? Like, and Beaver, please understand, I am all for the people who got caught up in this ordeal that were actually there peacefully protesting. And unfortunately, Trump did not do his due diligence to differentiate them. So unfortunately, him making a blanket pardon to pardon over 1,000 some people, who a lot of them were there to do harm, a lot of them there did harm. So unfortunately, we just have to go based off of how Trump looked at it. And if he's going to do a blanket pardon, we're going to have to look at the message. Unfortunately,
Well, let's get it right.
Yeah, we should go back to a summer of peace and love.
Hey, and I don't know what that lady was just talking about, Marines dead. What is she talking about?
He's talking about
getting the vaccine, I believe.
no. He's talking about the Afghanistan withdrawal where 13 people died.
Oh, that one. She was talking about vaccines, Marines.
If you didn't expound enough, that's why I didn't respond, because I didn't know what she was talking about.
Well, she could be a little, juiced up, if you know what I'm saying.
But honestly, I just think that, I think that as it's very unfortunate when it's quite obvious how Trump is using these independent government agencies to try to only protect his supporters, when America is made up of not only his supporters but others as well, other people who does not support him. And unfortunately, he is not the president of Republicans. He's not supposed to be the president of only Republicans. He's not supposed to be the president of only MAGA. He's not supposed to be the president of, conservatives or even, evangelicals or whatever they call themselves. He's supposed to be the president of the United States of America. And, when a person shows you who they are, believe them. So when a
That's right.
When a president is only doing things to benefit his own party, his own family, to where his own family has generated more wealth than pretty much any president in the first year of their term. I think that's very. I think that's very telling. I think that when you are making decisions and you're only having meetings with Republicans and or Republican representatives, I think that does a disservice to America, because America itself is diverse. America itself has always been a nation that has progressed on coexisting. And so with that, it's very unfortunate that more things aren't being done for everyday American citizens.
Wait, Coco, you gotta be a little bit more truthful with that, because I hear a lot of black people say that they don't like Obama because he didn't do enough for black people.
Well, that's not what I believe. So I'm not going to.
I hear a lot of that.
I've also heard a lot of that, and it's mainly because Obama lot of Black Americans that basically live a bad taste in their mouths for the Democratic Party, and they haven't looked the same as the Democratic Party. So, but yes, you are correct. A lot of Black Americans will definitely say that Obama did anything for Black America except for his presidency or America itself. But then you have certain people who did for Black Americans certain things for Democrats. But yes, Scott.
Who had a better chance of Bill Clinton pulling that off than Obama?
Yeah, but I didn't go, and I voted for Obama. And I voted yes. During Obama's first term, I was voting yes for President Clinton. And I did for Trump. I voted for Obama in 2016. No, I said in 2016. I said in reparations, not president. Not president. I voted for Obama, and honestly, Black Americans have a better chance of getting reparations on a more at a state or local level than on a federal level, in my honest opinion. But hey, look, I'm here for what Trump is doing. Trump is waking up a lot of unserved activists here in the United States. Trump is waking up a lot of people that have been silent to make us believe that they're for democracy and stuff like that. And now our Supreme Court is showing their true colors, the Supreme Court majority. And now certain states that have a Republican majority, some of these senators just reaffirmed the Voting Rights Act literally during their political, I guess, terms or whatever have you. Even what's the oh no, not that. One of the Republicans that was one of like the main advocates for Trump in the ballroom. I forgot his name, but even he said that we must protect the Voting Rights Act. So, and that was like 20, 30 years ago maybe, and now the people
Are you thinking that was Thomas Massey? Is that what you're trying to say?
I don't think it was Thomas Massey. It was Stephen. Hold on, I'm gonna have to look at his name. It's not Thomas Massey. I know who Massey is, and it's not him.
I was gonna say I don't think it's Massey, but you said Macy, so that's what I was wondering.
Oh yeah, not is it Massey or Macy?
Massey.
Massey, yeah, not Massey, not Massey. When I find his name, it's the dude who tried to get the ballroom funding, at the conference for it, or whenever at the press conference for it. He was the person that spoke about the main senator that spoke about the ballroom funding and how much it was needed and what it be needed for. And I cannot remember his name to save my life.
Alright, let's forget about the ballroom, man. I want to ask you a question. What do you think is a fair amount per person for reparations?
For January 6ers or who?
No, for black folks if they have a claim for the reparations. What do you think a fair amount would be per person?
Ooh, that will kind of depend, because there's different forms of reparations. Of course, there's one form which is the monetary form. But then there's other forms as well that would be economic. That would be like, for example, tax exempt on certain things, or like don't have to pay tuition for college, or certain things. So I can't honestly answer that question, because it can be done in many different forms. And what I would recommend is for it to be like Native Americans, to where like after a certain I believe a certain bill has to be passed, but Native Americans, after that bill was passed, they were tax exempt They also get a monetary compensation for a lifetime. So with that being said, I would say start with that. I would say start with the way that they gave Native Americans reparations.
Yeah, how come they got theirs then?
Because unfortunately, due to the ethnocide because mind you, Native Americans were also very melanated as well, and unfortunately, a certain group of fair-skinned Native Americans, which were then classified as a five tribe, I guess, the five recognized tribes through the federal government. That's why they ended up being able to get reparations because of their proximity to, at that time, white.
Coco, Native Americans do not get reparations. They're not tax exempt from anything. They have to pay federal taxes just like any other U.S. citizen.
No, they are.
That's a fact. You
They
can
are.
look it up.
They are. They are tax
I'm
exempt.
I'm actually Native American.
They are tax exempt from
No, they're not.
things. Yes, they are.
What are they tax exempt
Yes,
from?
they are.
I think they're exempt from a sales tax. State
Maybe
sales
in their
tax.
state, but the federal tax, they still have to
But
pay
I
federal
didn't make a differentiation of federal and state. I said they're exempt.
So you made a sweeping statement.
If you want to go,
saying
you want to go,
the main
you want
one.
to go into the logistics of it.
Persia, we know it wasn't Greece, we know it wasn't the mere division of Greece. So the only part left that could be the end was that supervillain. And that supervillain is stated to
1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue. Divide that son of a bitch by 2, that's number 1 to the first number.
Wait, you cut out the Morse watts? What'd you say?
Oh, yeah, 14.
Like the outcome, like we all agree on the.
That's a good description, thank you.
This is what I just read. I'd like, maybe Cal, you can look to see maybe the difference and maybe there's a different interpretation, because I do interpret things kind of at face value without thinking too deeply about it, which is a part of my commandership, I guess.
It says I'm a diplomat, but no, this is just so confusing now that I've done it, because the percentages are all different. It pretty much does track, pretty much. But I will look at that, but you're pretty on target, I think, Arrow. Arrow. Especially this part, it's all too easy for my type to feel weighed down by internal pressures when their reality doesn't match their great aspirations. Pretty true.
Kelly, can you send me your description? Is it, the same as mine? What's the description?
Well, it'll be different because they break it down by percentages. Like I'm 57% introverted, 73% intuitive, feeling 80% judging, 72%. So I guess I'm not a P at all. Assertive 81%.
But I am INFJ or P, like, so the description may be a little bit off in terms of percentages. But
No, I'm an INFJ. I'm an INFJ dash A, but I used to be even between the INFP and INFJ personality profiles in many situations, but this time it's pretty clear that it's J. I hope that makes sense. You have to look at it. You have to take it. Strategy, confidence.
I've taken it like 10 times, so it always comes back to that.
I have a few close friends who are the same type, and we often butt heads, I've noticed. But then we end up understanding each other on a deeper level, too.
As far as I've been told, it's the rarest combination of the phone. I don't know how I like
You got me lifted, shifted, higher than the ceiling. And oh, baby, it's a wonderful feeling. You got me lifted, feeling so gifted. Sugar, how you get so fly? Sugar, sugar, how you... Y'all know that the singer to that song, the Sugar, Sugar, how you get? That's Baby Bash, right? From like early 2000s. You know he was on this app? He has a weed farm in Texas now.
What?
Yeah, it's great.
Next to happen.
Oh, I don't want to talk about that on stage, but thank you for
You don't have
asking.
to.
Yeah,
You don't have to.
I don't,
I
I
asked it. There you
I'm
go.
thinking about it. I'm thinking about it. I have different scenarios in my brain, like different things that would work for me, and so I'm applying to different things and working on other things too that for myself that would any of those scenarios would make me happy. So I mean, I'll share more as I go along. I just don't want to jinx it. But thank you for asking. I appreciate that. I hope that wasn't too closed off.
It was immediate and pretty precise. It's all good.
Yeah, I'm thankful for the opportunity. Honestly.
I find just a question happening, whether you know, externalize it or internalize it, it's helpful. Just someone asking me, like, really, what do you want next? Honestly, where do you go? What's the best evolution? Not what you need to do. Because I'm not in that space. I never have been. Like, I don't do anything that because I have to. I got no check.
I think we all do what we need to do, right?
Yeah, we do.
No, we don't. We all do what we need to do. A lot of people don't do what they need to do. A lot of people just don't know. A lot of people just don't do what they need to do.
Like you don't even want to go in my brain right now. It'd be a trip. None of you would want to do that. There are too many variables I'm considering. But anyway, in this room keeps it. There's something about it. I wish I'd spent more time in here during the days when I was working the full-time schedule. Oh.
Stretch. I need to hydrate. Where's my water? Where's Kristen reminding me that I need to hydrate? I'm not going She's usually so good about, by the way, people stopping to hydrate.
I be hydrated too. Kristen, where have you been?
Yeah, Kristen, this is your fault.
Sorry.
It's my water.
What do with it?
That's one of the reasons why I'm not hydrated, because I clearly, oh, here it is. Set it down somewhere and just forgot all about it.
You know, I went back to the smart water and electrolyte thing, as opposed to the just regular water, and I feel so much better.
Yes.
I feel so much like I have energy. It really makes a huge difference. I tried to be frugal. No, I need to be penny pinching in other areas.
Wait, I have to ask you, are you just doing smart water with like pre-added electrolytes, or are you adding your own?
I'm adding my own.
Yes, okay. I just wanted to make sure.
And I'm using liquid IV, that's what it's called. And I've tried this sugar-free, that was awful. I just use regular, whatever flavors. But like the one that I tried, the Pure
Relight.
Aqua, it's just energy. This is the only thing that's added there, and I don't know, I just wasn't looking at it closely. I thought, oh, it's an energy drink mix, and I'll get it for $4 for 10 packets. Well, there's nothing in it. It's just flavor and caffeine. Whereas the liquid IV is, it has sugars, but potassium, vitamin C, niacin, vitamin B, vitamin B12, and antitoxin. I mean, it has all the other things to it, citric acid, salt. Yeah.
You should, if you're really noticing marked improvement, I would highly recommend Relight electrolytes to add to your water. They're very, very good. They have something about the combination of the electrolytes and the right amount of potassium too. I don't know if the liquid IV has potassium in it or not, but Relight is actually rated very, very, like, it, as far as I could find, it was rated the highest. As far as clean ingredients, yeah. How much is the little container?
How much potassium?
Hold on.
I was looking for alternatives just in case.
Hold on, and I'll tell you. Let me pull it up because I don't want to tell you wrong. Let's see.
Bye, Fred. Be safe.
Okay.
Looks really good, Tiffany. Like no stevia, none of that gross fake sugar.
Yeah, some of their flavors do have the stevia. So be careful. Some do, some don't. I really like the lemon lime, and I don't think the lemon lime has got stevia in it at all. The 810 milligrams of sodium, and then 400 milligrams of potassium and 50 milligrams of magnesium. That's what the Relight has in it.
This one doesn't have magnesium. I am using an alternative. You know Mio? That brand, it has John flavor.
Yeah.
And this one has.
This one does have stevia in it, but I'm gonna be honest with you, they're not super sweet. Like you know how artificial sweeteners have like that funky aftertaste or whatever? I have noticed this in the sweeter fruit flavors in the Relight, like the lemon lime. They also have it's kind of one of those flavors that comes in and comes out occasionally. They call it the salty Palmer. It's kind of like a tea flavored. That one's really, really good, but You can't buy it right now. It's currently out of. It's like one of those that they only do promotionally. But the lemon lime is really good. The pina colada is actually pretty good. I like the mango, but the mango, you can definitely tell there's stevia in the mango one. So I will usually combine like the mango with the lemon lime to kind of cut it a little bit. But yeah, it's made a huge difference for me.
Is this
too.
the water
Like I've
inserts you're talking about? Like the squishies?
Electrolytes. It's electrolytes.
What brand are you talking about?
Relight.
Oh, Relight. I've heard of this. You said no citrus.
Yes.
I was just listening. You said the mango. Okay.
Yes.
Lemon lime. Okay, I'm looking at that right.
What about the watermelon lime?
Yeah.
Have you tried that?
The what?
Watermelon lime.
I have. I've tried all of them because they actually. I would recommend if you're looking into buying one before you buy like a big one, they have a multi-pack with like the single servings of all the different flavors. That way you can try them yourself and see which ones you like and don't like.
I didn't see they had
Yep.
it until now. Thank you.
Yeah, I would do that, and that way you know for sure yay or nay on whichever flavors. Because some of them definitely have like a sweetness to them, and others don't.
Have you ever tried the unflavored?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. I have. And it comes in the unflavored comes in the variety pack too.
Thank you.
That way you can see, yeah. But it makes a huge difference in hydration, y'all. I just can't even tell you. And I do just the red mint salt. You can do just the red mint salt too.
Oh, red mint salt. I've heard of that. I've heard of that. Some good electrolytes.
It is.
Y'all, it's so hot outside. Some of the black tar got stuck on the bottom of my shoe. That's how hot it is. It smells.
You're not being a little bit dramatic.
You want a photograph of this? It's disgusting.
No, I saw that and then you went further. That's how
It starts to melt.
That's how the major heat wave. Like it'll be 60 degrees in 2 days.
What's going on with New York?
Mind you, they laid this tar maybe 3 days ago, so it's still a little soft, okay?
Okay, so now we have some context.
There's some shoes, but it shouldn't be melting on my shoes after 3 days. It should, it should be.
No,
That's why I moved out of New York.
Yeah, it's nasty in the summer. It's disgusting.
Started right now and I would look.
I am the charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection